1-1.
Jenny, it's 1-1. Jenny, back! Jenny, back! Right there.
Can we hold this set until I finish?
Reset the shot clock. 14. Put 20 on.
White 10. Sorry, White 10 with the push, 2 shots. Black 12. Push, 2 shots.
Black 21. Push. 21. Sub.
Bobby, be smart.
Hey, defense,
Team. Block. We're 1-1.
One shot.
Check, 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 check. Check, check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our live coverage of the second half of this sophomore Herriman basketball women's game. We've had an exciting first half so far. Lone Peak is currently leading 17-13, and we are just about going into the third quarter here. All right, here we go. Lone Peak is going to start with the ball at the beginning of this quarter. Number 3 starting with the ball, directing traffic, she's looking. Some kind of error. They had to stop the clock real quick mid-play. They're going to try that one again. Oh, but apparently the game clock was still going. Just a small error there. They're going to reset the clock, and they'll start this again. Number 3 driving it down, back to 23. They're looking to 31. Out to number 12, but it slips out of her hands, out of bounds. '21 will start with the ball. Back to 31. Playing hard defense here. Back to 3. She's bringing it around out to 23. Kind of directing traffic here, moving their defense around. She goes in for the layup, but just comes off the backboard. Number 5 from Herriman will steal it and drive it down for their first possession of this quarter. She's looking, trying to move the ball, keep it going. She goes all the way in for the layup, but stumbles and loses the ball. And they are going to do some free throws on number 5 from Herriman. First one goes right in. That'll bring the Mustangs up 14-17 at the beginning of this quarter. And she'll make both of them today. Good little booster for the Mustangs as number 3 is going to start bringing it down. She's going right in, back to 12, out to 23. They're kind of moving the ball around pretty quickly here, trying to stretch their defense out. Back to 12 here. They're looking to get a good shot in, and they go to pass, and it goes right out in the hands of number 12. Number 21 will start with the ball, pass it into 31, directing traffic here. Back to number 12. She kind of trips a little bit, but keeps the ball. Out to 21. They're going to look to reset their position. Back to 12. And there's the shot clock. She did not have enough time. And it will be Herriman's ball for their second possession. Number 5 will start us off here from the Mustangs. To number 1, back to 5. Lone Peak is playing pretty aggressive defense right now. They're really trying to keep the ball out of that end. And we got a travel on number 50 from Herriman. Ball goes back to Lone Peak. Number 3 will drive it down along with number 21. She's looking, trying to get an open man. Back to 23. Into 21 again. And we get another travel from Lone Peak number 21. Number 5 will toss it in to number 1. Back to 5. Under really pressured defense right now. Number 1 will bring it back down. Trying to direct their team. Number 20's got the ball now. Back to 1. And we have a holding foul there. Number 1 from the Mustangs will toss it in. Back to number 5, looking for an open man. She goes in for the hard shot, goes back out to 23, and goes for the 3, but just goes right over the hoop. And we'll have number 31 from Lone Peak with a push foul. Mustangs will start the ball. Back to number 1. She goes up for the shot, misses. Recovered by 33. Back to number 1. She's getting a lot of action right now. Back to number 5. Back to 1, out to the corner at 20. Looking for an open shot. They go to pass to 33, but just slips out of her hands, and Lone Peak will start with the ball. Lone Peak bringing it down, number 3 starting. Back out to 21, number 3, and she goes for the 3 but is blocked. They get the ball back with 23, and she goes for the shot, but it is also blocked by the Mustangs, and they will recover the ball and bring it down with number 1 leading the charge. Lone Peak steals the ball back with number 21. And number 3 goes for the 3 and sinks it. That will bring Lone Peak up 20-15 about halfway through this third quarter. Mustangs are driving it down really hard, go for the shot, and they miss. Lone Peak brings the ball back down with number 4, and she goes right in for the layup and just drains it. The Mustang defense was not present on that last play. It seemed they did not know where the ball was, or they must have just snuck right past them. Number 4 was wide open on that layup. And that will bring the Lone Peak women up 22-15. One of the new installations in this 2022 basketball season is the shot clock, which is new to high school basketball, as we previously mentioned in our men's game last week. High school basketball will now have a 35-second shot clock, which kind of forces these players to adapt to that new time constraint and base their plays around that. And we've already seen a few instances during this game where they just couldn't handle a shot clock. Number 5 starting with the ball for the Mustangs. Back to number 7, out to 44. Really slow to drive it up. Lone Peak is being very aggressive with their coverage right now. Out to 20, back to 5, and they will go for the 3 but just miss it. Lone Peak will get the rebound with number 3 driving it back down for this possession. Out to number 4, almost misses the ball. Back to number 3, they're kind of looking. To 21. Back to number 4, back to 3 in the corner. Back out to number 4. These 3 are kind of directing traffic here, passing the ball. They send it to number 15, goes for the middle. Back out to our outer players here to number 21, but she just barely steps out of bounds on that drive. Almost certainly would have been a scoring drive had she not just barely stepped out there. Mustangs will come back with the ball, going to number 7. She almost gets it knocked out there. 44 will bring it down to number 5, looking for an open man. Back to number 2, to number 1. Back to number 5. Looking for a good route to make a shot. 44 goes for it and just barely scrapes the rim. Got substitutions for Lone Peak, and they will start with the ball with number 3 bringing it down. They go to number 23. 5 is playing really tight defense and almost steals the ball. And they will call a timeout with 2 minutes, 39 seconds left in this third quarter. So far, no points have been scored since the last score call. It is still 15-22 with just about 2.5 minutes left. Lone Peak is definitely here to win. They are playing very aggressive defense today, and they are reading this Mustang team very well. Lone Peak, number 12, will start with the ball here after this timeout. .25 starts with it back to number 12, but she just barely steps out of bounds and trying to bring it around. The ball will go to the Mustangs with number 5 bringing it in. Out to 50. Looking for a drive, but that is a travel on number 50. And Lone Peak will get the ball right back, and they're in prime position to score. And we have a carrying violation on Lone Peak. I believe that might have been number 3. And thus, Herriman will start with the ball, number 2. Back out to number 5. She's really looking for someone to get the ball to. She trips, stumbles, almost loses the ball. Does lose it, and they will turn it over to Lone Peak. Number 3 bringing it down as per usual. Back to number 4, out to 12. They're really looking for an opportunity to put some more points on the board here. Number 15 gets the ball, kind of trips, and they're trying to steal the ball. Turns into a wrestling match there as both of them go to the ground. Mustangs will pull a few substitutions here, and 12 will start with the ball for Lone Peak. Out to number 4, goes for the shot, air ball over the net. 23 gets the rebound, back to 23, goes for another 2, bounces right out of the rim. 50 from the Mustangs will recover it. Appears there was some kind of clock error and the timing. The Mustangs will start with the ball, number 1 out to number 10 in the corner to 50. Back to 2 for the shot, and she drains the 3. That will put more points on the board for the Mustangs as they come up 18-22 with roughly a minute and a half left in this third quarter. Got a juggling act going on down here. Changed possessions about 3 times right there. Back out to number 4 for Lone Peak. Directing traffic, looking for an opportunity to make a shot. Number 3 takes it, back to 23, and then back to 4 in the corner. And she will shoot, rolls right over the rim. And the Mustangs will get it back with number 1 leading the drive. She's looking to make a new pass. She goes in for the shot and goes off the backboard. And Lone Peak, number 15, will recover it with number 3 driving it down. Number 12 going in for the layup and is swatted out of bounds by the Mustangs. And they're going to do a couple free throws here for Lone Peak. Number 12 for Lone Peak, that is. First shot bounces off the rim. Going for the second shot here. And she sinks it. That will be one more for Lone Peak, and the Mustangs will start with the ball as Lone Peak is playing very aggressive right now. They almost got it out, but those defenders were right on number 1 and number 5. Which would ultimately lead to another violation with the Mustangs, number 5, starting the ball out to number 1. They got both defenders on her. They're playing really hard. 1 and 5 going back and forth as 5 will make it across half court. She's really going in for the shot and just barely misses the layup. And there's about 8 seconds left in this quarter. They're going to have to act fast. Mustangs will start with the ball. Out to number 1. Back to number 2. Back to number 5. And with the shot, but the shot clock goes off before. That will be the end of this third quarter. Lone Peak currently leads Herriman 23-18. Going into this fourth and final quarter. This has been Carter Stanley with Game On Live Studios, and we'll be right back. All right, we are coming back for the start of the fourth quarter. Herriman will start with the ball. Number 1 leading the drive. They almost lose it right there. Manages to recover it with 2. Back to 1. Number 14 is driving the ball, directing traffic. Back to number 10. She goes for the small shot and goes right over the hoop. All right. Sorry, we had a little camera issue right there. Lone Peak will lose the ball on their drive. The Mustangs will bring it right back with number 5 leading it. Number 10 has the ball again, back out to number 1 with number 2. Number 5 with the shot goes off the rim, and 21 Lone Peak will recover it. They're bringing it right back down. out to the corner at number 23. 15 right in the middle, and she just barely misses that shot. They'll get it out to number 33 with 21. She goes in for the layup, and that will get it. That's another 2 for Lone Peak. Number 2 will drive it down for Herriman. They're looking for an open man, open place to finally score. And number 4 from Lone Peak will draw a push violation. And the Mustangs will start with the ball. They're going to pull a couple substitutions here. Number 44 will throw it in for us this time. All right, number 1 narrowly gets the ball back. Number 10 looking around. Number 50 goes in for the drive and scores. It is a close game between Herriman and Lone Peak currently with just 5-point difference. And Lone Peak will go right back up with the layup. That will put them up to 27. 44 will now be starting with the ball and passes the 5, almost drops it. They go back to 1. Had a violation on Herriman there. So number 21 will bring in the ball for Lone Peak. Number 4 starting with the ball for Lone Peak. She's going right in for the layup, and she narrowly misses it. They're going to have a push violation on Herriman, I believe. Herriman will take out number 44 and put back in number 2. And number 33 for Lone Peak will start with the ball. That was strange. They tipped out their own pass, and they let them retry it. Out to 21, putting some distance between them and the Mustangs pretty quickly there. Back to 31 in deep, and she'll go for the layup, misses. 23's trying to take a shot, also misses, and they finally get that 2 points. Number 5 will start with the ball for Herriman. Out to 50. Kind of leading the pack here. Number 2 goes for the deep 3, but just barely misses it. And thus, Lone Peak will have the ball. Number 4 bringing it down. Almost intercepted by number 50, but they managed to recover it. 33 bringing it back around. Out to 21, getting some distance there, and she'll drop the ball and is out on Lone Peak, but they will let them throw it back in. Number 3 bringing it back around to 33, and she goes for the deep shot, but just barely rolls it off the rim. And they will drop it out on Lone Peak, and they will get the ball back from this toss-in. Number 21 to start here. Trying to get an open man. 33 is right there, back to 3. Playing a wide game, going for the shot clock, and They just barely miss it. Herriman will get it back, but they do not realize that the shot clock has just gone off. Number 1 starting with the ball, then back to 20, and we have a travel on Herriman. Lone Peak will get the ball right back and put them in a prime position to take a lead here, with them being up by 9 points, about halfway done with this fourth quarter. Number 3 bringing it down. Out wide to 23, back in deep, but there was no one there to catch the pass, and the Mustangs will bring it back down. Number 10 kind of directing traffic back to 50 in the corner. Lone Peak is still playing tight defense, and the Mustangs are looking for any opportunity to score, but to no avail, and Lone Peak gets the ball back. They'll bring it back down to 23, back to 31 in the paint, but they will be blocked by the Mustangs. And the Mustangs will get to start with the ball. Definitely coming down to the wire here with about 3 minutes left in this game. Herriman looking for an open man. They go in for the drive, but it is stolen by Lone Peak. Number 33 passes to 21 for the layup and gets it. Really good execution on their part. Oh. Number 2 will miss the inbound pass, and it will go out on Herriman. Lone Peak will now again start with the ball. Out wide to 3. Looking for an open. Back to 33. Trying to get in the paint here. 33 going in, looking aggressive, and she just barely tips the shot. And it is back to Herriman with the ball. Out to number 2. She goes deep for that shot and just barely bounces the rim. Number 21 will try to bring it back for Lone Peak. 33 going in the paint and just tips a shot off the rim. Herriman will steal it right back and go down for hopefully another scoring drive. Violation on Lone Peak here, and Herriman will get to throw it in. She goes right to number 2. She goes to push in, but that is a travel for the Mustangs. The Lone Peak will get the ball right back. There is about 2 minutes left in this game. And the bench is still having more difficulties with the shot clock and the actual game clock. So they will have to reset that. But they just keep running the clock. They let it run down a whole 20, 30 seconds there, when I believe the actual game clock should be closer to 1:45, 1:50. Teams will get a little discussion time here while they resolve the sideline issue with the referees. Both these teams are fired up, ready to go. The clock will start at 1:45 left in this first sophomore game. And Lone Peak will have the ball. Both teams are definitely here to win today. The ball will be bounced out. And Lone Peak will still start with the ball, going out wide to 23. Looking for a little slower approach on this drive with number 3 starting it, going deep to 23 in the corner. Back out to 33 in the middle. Going in the paint for 15, back out to 3. They're kind of directing traffic here, trying to run the clock out. They definitely know where they are in terms of score, and so they're just trying to pass this around. 21 with the shot, air balls, but they will score a layup. Almost a buzzer beater. And that will put them up another 2 with that layup from 33 or 23, I believe. Mustangs will get the ball back with just 1 minute, and they will call timeout. Lone Peak currently has a steady lead of 13 points. And Herriman is going to need to act fast if they want to win this ball game. We have definitely seen good basketball from both of these teams today, and they've both really put up a fight. Herriman is definitely aching to defend their home court, and Lone Peak is really striving for that win right now. Timeouts are up, and we'll get these girls back out onto the court. I believe the Mustangs will start with the ball here. 55 seconds left. I think we had another shot clock or buzzer error. Went off when it wasn't supposed to. So we will get a retry on that. Mustangs will start with the ball. 2, bringing it out wide. Looking for a shot back to 5, but Lone Peak is not having it. They are playing very hard to get. Airballs the shot. I can't confirm whether Lone Peak actually stepped out there, but regardless, they will get an inbound shot for Herriman. 35 with the ball, back to 2. Looking for an opening to really get a good score here. 5 is kind of directing traffic. Back to 2 with just about 20 seconds left. They drop the ball. Shot clock goes. 50 goes for the shot, but does not make it. Back off the backboard. There will be about 17 seconds left in this ball game. Lone Peak will bring it down for perhaps the final drive of this game. 3, back to 12, corner for 15. Directing traffic here, just trying to run out the clock, and that will be the game. What a way to end this ball game. Lone Peak will come away with the first win of the night against the Herriman Mustangs, 33-20. Fantastic ball game. There was a good presence from both teams here tonight, but ultimately Lone Peak and their aggressive defense is what earned them the win. Up next, we will have Lone Peak versus Herriman Junior Varsity, and that will be in about 20 minutes. So tune back in for that game. And this has been Carter Stanley with Game On Live Studios, and we will be right back. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Carter with Game On Live Studios, and this will be our live coverage of the Lone Peak versus Herriman women's. This is our junior varsity or JV game, second game of the afternoon. Thank you all for tuning in. Lone Peak came away with the last game with a victory. And we're going to see right here if they're going to repeat that same or if the Mustangs will put them to a stop. Both of these teams are looking very energized, very ready to play. And it is going to be an exciting night of football, or basketball. Apologies. And apologies in advance, our Herriman basketball roster only has players' first names and numbers, so I will be going off of that for this game. Herriman will start with the ball. That will be number 21, Kenny, starting with the ball. She's driving it down, and she'll pass it right out of bounds. I think it was intended for 53, Haley. Number 20, Ava, for her Mustangs, will start with the ball. They're back, driving it around, directing traffic, looking to get the first points of the game. Number 22 goes for the shot, but just brings it off the rim. And Lone Peak will put the first points on the board for the day. Now we have Kenny driving it around for Herriman. Back to number 20, Ava. They're kind of directing traffic, looking for a good route. Back to 30, Shelby. Kind of getting a little mixed up there. Almost lost the ball, but Ava will recover possession. And Shelby will go in for the layup, but is stopped. And they will get a free throw on this one. And just rings right around the rim, but does not go in. This will be a good opportunity for Herriman to get some points on the board early in the game. And the second one will also bounce out as well. Lone Peak kind of directing traffic here. They're trying to spread out Herriman's defense. Double O, Katie Lawrence will drive it in, but number 34 will go for the shot and does not make it. We have number 21 for the Mustangs, Kenny, and 30 goes for the shot and makes it. Lone Peak will go back in for another shot, but they will airball it, and we get stopped. Lone Peak starting with the ball again. Number 34 back out to double O, Katie Lawrence. Just bounces it off, and then number 30, Shelby, will bring it back down for the Mustangs this time. Can see them communicating. Back to number 22, Haley for the Mustangs. And then back to Shelby, number 30. You can tell the Herriman coach is definitely not happy with the way they're communicating right now. Back to Ava, number 20, but it will bounce out and be recovered by number 24 of Lone Peak. They're moving the ball pretty quickly here, and Sadie Farrell will go for the shot, but misses. It'll be number 24 for Lone Peak. We have an inbound shot by Lone Peak. Number 20, Sam Pope will drive it in for the layup, but they will be stopped before the shot can go in. Lone Peak will throw in a couple subs. Number 21, Holdcraft. Katie Lawrence will inbound it for Lone Peak. Directing traffic here, moving the ball around. Katie comes back for the shot, but bounces off the rim. Would have been a 3. Beautiful shot, nonetheless. And number 20, Ava, will bring it down alongside number 30, Shelby. And Lone Peak will steal it back with number 24, Sadie Farrell. But it will run out of bounds, and Herriman will get the chance to start again. Shelby will bring it back down. And she loses the ball on an aggressive defense, and Lone Peak, I believe, will get to start with the ball here. Lawrence for Lone Peak will bring it down. Back to 24, Farrell. And it will be stolen by Ava from Herriman. Lawrence aggressively trying to get it back, but to no avail, and they will call timeouts. We've got about 4 minutes, 20 seconds left in this first quarter, and the score is still 3-2. Both teams have been playing very aggressively. This timeout should really be a chance for them to reset their team and kind of get that communication going. This is Herriman. They will start with the ball. And this will be number 20, Ava, back to Shelby. Number 53. Pretty aggressive here. Back to Kenny, back to Shelby for the 3, and she drains it. Lone Peak gets the ball back after that amazing 3. 20 deep from the corner, and will also answer back with another deep 3. That'll bring the Lone Peak Knights up to 5. Herriman's kind of directing traffic. Kenny will bring it back out, and she passes right past number 20, Ava. And the Lone Peak Knights will get the ball right back with another chance to score. 3 minutes, 30 seconds left in this quarter. Katie Lawrence bringing it down for Lone Peak. Back to number 20, Sam Pope. They're really moving the ball around here, trying to throw off their defense. Lawrence again with the ball, back to Farrell. Back to Lawrence for a three, and she drains it. Deep three from Katie Lawrence of Lone Peak. Number 30, Shelby, will bring it back down for Herriman. There's definitely more communication happening with this Herriman team. They're moving the ball around a lot more. Shelby trying to get into the paint, but is dropped, and there is a foul. Almost recovered by Lone Peak, but Lone Peak will start with the ball anyways. Lawrence bringing it back in for Lone Peak to Strom, number 3, back to Lawrence. Back to 34. Back to Strom, and then back to Lawrence deep in the corner to number 20, Sam Pope. Lawrence with the deep three. This should be her second of the night, one from each corner. That has gotten the Knights up 11-6 with roughly a minute 45 in this quarter. Shelby with the attempted deep three, but will bounce out of bounds, and Lone Peak will again come back with the ball. Lawrence back to 34. They're really moving this time. She goes right in for the layup and gets it. Moving through that defense is a key element of their ball game so far. That will put them up 6-13. Shelby going for the three and bounces just out before they blow the whistle. And she is the one who was fouled on that last play, and so she will get, I believe, one foul shot. And bounces out. There will be two here. My apologies. One last shot for Shelby. And she puts it in for Herriman. That will bring them up 7-13. And there will be one more shot off of this foul before we head back into the game. Number 30 puts the third shot in. That will bring them up 8-13 with roughly 1 minute left in this quarter. And Lone Peak will start with the ball here. Over to Danny Easton, back to 34. She is driving very aggressively. Back to 34, back to Easton. To Pope, to 34 for the corner shot, bounces right out. Herriman will take advantage of that rebound and bring it back down. With Ava, number 20, leading the charge here. And Allie, number 2, is really getting pressured right here. And then Haley, number 53, almost loses the ball, manages to get it back. And 5 will just barely miss that buzzer beater. Lone Peak takes advantage of this time with 34 coming back down. Misses the layup. And they will not get a shot off before the buzzer. Good first quarter here between these two teams. Lots of action, reserved scoring. They're mainly focusing on that really aggressive defense, as is the trend with Lone Peak, it seems. They are currently leading after this first quarter, 13-8. We'll be going right into the second quarter. If Herriman wants to come out on top during this game, they're going to need to pick up that scoring game and really find a way to handle this Lone Peak defense, because they are electrifying this court. Other than that, we've seen some absolutely fantastic basketball tonight, and you can tell that both teams are really looking for the win right now. It's part of that sportsmanship and having that aggressiveness and that drive to win, and I think that's a very important part of this game for these girls today. All right, start of the second quarter, and Lone Peak will start with the ball at half with number 34 and 00 Katie Lawrence leading the charge. Back to 20, and there's automatically, already they stopped the game. Perhaps a clock error, I believe. Have these same two restart the drive. Lawrence bringing it down. Back to 34. To number 24, Farrell. Back to Lawrence. She goes in right for the drive. Small two bounces out. Recovered by number 5 of Herriman. And 00 Lawrence will get a push or a shove foul, and Herriman will again bring this ball down. Ava, number 20, bringing it down. Less movement. She bounces it off the foot of Lawrence. Almost loses it. Back to Allie, number 20. Lawrence manages to steal it. Back to 34. Driving up in the paint, number 20, goes in for the layup and gets it. That was Sam Pope for that layup. Number 20, Ava, will drive it back in almost to the paint. Number 5 goes back out with the ball. Playing very aggressively right now, trying to get away from that defense. Haley, number 53, goes right into the paint and slips with the ball. And again, Lawrence will draw another foul. Number 30, Shelby, will get to inbound it for Herriman. And already there is a foul on Herriman. The Lone Peak players are obviously very happy, and they will get to start with the ball with 34 and Lawrence leading the charge. Lawrence looking out to number 20, Sam Pope. Back to 24, Farrell. Back to 34. Really trying to keep the ball moving. 34 goes in for the layup and gets it. But to no avail. There is a foul. There must have been a foul on Lone Peak, and thus the points were erased. And the shot did not count. Herriman will quickly bring it back down with Haley, number 53, going in for the 2. Number 34, the dynamic duo here on Lone Peak, will bring it back down with 20, going in for the layup and getting it. Sam Pope with a couple really good shots tonight. Herriman trying to bring it back down, but Lone Peak is being very aggressive. But Herriman could not bring it across the half court in time, and Lone Peak will get the ball right back into their hands with this duo leading the charge. Farrell with the ball, back to Sam Pope, back to double O Lawrence here, back out to Farrell, to Pope again, to Easton, back to Lawrence, trying to direct traffic here, back to 34, driving in the paint, to Lawrence for the 2, but does not get it. Herriman quickly moves the ball out across half court. They've learned from their mistakes. Back to Shelby, trying to work around this defense here. Really moving the ball quickly. And Herriman, unfortunately, will get a half-court violation because of a bad pass, and Lone Peak will again start with the ball. It is currently 10-17, and there is roughly 5 minutes left in this second quarter. Lawrence to Pope. Pope for the deep 3, but misses. Farrell back for the 2. Also misses. Herriman for a rebound, but it turns into a wrestling match here. There's some kind of confusion between the refs on who actually has the possession, but it appears Herriman will start with the ball. We've got Haley, Shelby, and Brookley all down court. They go for a bad pass, but it goes right back into the hands of Farrell. Moving very quickly, Easton goes in for a shot. Farrell moving into the paint, goes for it, bounces backboard. Shelby will bring it in for the Mustangs. Gets the ball batted out. Lone Peak will again pick it up. Lawrence picks it in the paint. And back to Sam Pope for a shot. She'll miss that shot, but there is another kind of foul here that will stop the game. Before Herriman will get the ball back in their possession, they've called a timeout with 4 minutes, 14 seconds left in this second quarter, just before the half. It is still 17-10. Lone Peak is ahead. Lone Peak has definitely been picking up the majority of the fouls in this game, leading Herriman's fouls 1-5. And it seems to be a Lone Peak's game that they're playing very aggressive defense and trying to move the ball around as quick as they can. And that way, they can stay ahead of Herriman. All right. We have all players back out onto the court, and Herriman will start with the ball. This possession in the hands of Shelby, number 30. Going back to 5. They're taking a little slower approach this time. Back to Brookley, number 1. Barely getting it across half to Sam Pope, but is intercepted. 21 will bring it back down to Lawrence, back to Farrell. Back to Lawrence for a deep 3 and just misses it. 21 goes back in for the layup. That was Holdcraft for Lone Peak. Herriman trying to bring it back into their area. Shelby with the ball and is stopped again. Lawrence going in right up for the layup. The defense on Herriman could not catch up with her, and that cost them quite a few points right there. All right, moving the ball pretty quickly. Number 1, Brookley, and it is again stolen away by Lawrence to number 34 for the shot, but misses just barely. Brookley will bring it back down for Herriman. Kind of directing traffic here, waiting for things to clear up. Shelby gets the ball, but there is a foul before she can take the shot. There is a blocking foul on number 21 of Lone Peak. Both teams will grab a few substitutions here, and 30 is going out, so Ava, number 20, will start with the ball for an inbound. Trying to get the ball out of there as fast as they can. 22 from Herriman goes for the shot, does not make it, is kicked out of bounds. That was the other Haley for Herriman. There are 2. Herriman will get another inbound. 21 back to 5. Back to 10, Brielle to 22, Haley. The other Haley, and it is stopped by Lone Peak. Katie Lawrence, 0-0, will go back in, and 34 will pick up those 2 points. Brilliant execution on their part. They're definitely communicating very well in this ball game. 22, Haley for Herriman will bring it back down for a layup. Dynamic duo will bring it back for Lone Peak. They're really trying to keep it moving. Back out to 3. Just barely misses that deep shot. Haley will start to bring it back. Back to 5. And she goes for a deep shot, airballs it, and is kicked out of bounds. Will be Lone Peak's ball. Lone Peak Knights are leading the Herriman Mustangs 23-12 with 1 minute 40 seconds left before the half. 00 bringing it down. Looking to make another big score here. Lawrence back for the shot, and 53, Haley will take it. Herriman is bringing it down now. Ava in possession of the ball, number 20. In the paint, can't get a shot off, back to Haley, to the other Haley. Really pressuring her right now. Trying to put up a screen. Haley almost trying to move into the paint. And it is picked up by 00 Lawrence. And they will go back in, misses the layup. They had a plan in their heads, but it did not seem to go how they wanted it to. Lawrence misses that layup. And Herriman will get the ball. 45 seconds left before the half. Shelby, number 30, bringing it back to Haley. To the other Haley, almost moving into the paint, really under pressure, goes for the layup, misses. Picked up by 34, but there is a foul. We had a push foul on Herriman. Not sure who, but Lawrence will bring it for Lone Peak with just 20 seconds left. I think they're trying to run the clock out so they can stay ahead by a substantial amount at the half. It is intercepted by 22, Haley. Definitely under pressure. She goes for the shot, misses. It is knocked out of bounds, but it will still be Herriman's ball with 5 seconds. Definitely shuffling. Herriman, 53, goes for the shot. Haley picks it back up, misses another shot, and that will be the buzzer. That is halftime in this ball game. The Lone Peak Knights lead our Herriman Mustangs 23-12. Lone Peak is definitely taking advantage of their fast ball moving skills this game, and that has allowed them to put up an 11-point lead over Herriman. I believe that Herriman can definitely bring back this game for a win, but it seems that they're not moving that ball fast enough, and their defense has let a couple really crucial drives from Lone Peak get ahead. We've seen a couple good steals given by Katie Lawrence. 0-0 from Lone Peak, and she has definitely been a key part of their team's success so far in this game. We're going to take a 10-minute halftime. I am Carter Stanley, and this is Game On Live Studios. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for our second half of this women's JV game versus the Lone Peak Knights and the Herriman Mustangs. If you're just joining us now, thank you for coming. We are headed for some really good basketball right here. Lone Peak is currently leading 23-12 at the start of this half. And I believe Lone Peak will start the half for us. Lone Peak's team has definitely been the dominant force in this game so far, but Herriman is going to try to make a comeback from 11 points behind before this game is over. Farrell will start the ball over to Easton, back to Eggett, back to Farrell. They're really moving. Holdcraft to, back to Holdcraft, but there's a travel. Shelby, number 30, will start the ball this quarter for Herriman. Waiting for things to thin out here. Back to Ava, that's Haley, number 22, and then Ava, number 20. Misses the shot, and Holdcraft will bring it back to Farrell. Back to Holdcraft to Easton. To Eggett. Back to Easton. And then Holdcraft will have an out-of-bounds violation, and Herriman will repeat and get the ball back with 30 bringing it down. Ava with the ball back to Haley for a 3. Air balls and heads out of bounds. Lone Peak will pick up this possession. Farrell for Lone Peak with the ball here to Easton. Trying to bring it around, get out of their way, back to Kono. Back to Farrell out wide. To Holdcraft, back to Easton. To Kono, almost get it out, but they put it in the hands of Herriman. Haley back to Shelby with the ball, and there will be a foul. Lone Peak will pick up the first foul of this half, and number 30 for Herriman, Shelby, will be shooting these shots. First one, right in. And she puts both of them right in. That will bring the Mustangs up to 24. Lone Peak is going to go right back with the ball. Easton, and is stolen right away. Shelby with the shot, goes over, and there will be a foul on Lone Peak. That'll be their second foul, roughly within 30 seconds of each other, and again, number 30 will be shooting for Herriman. Just barely bounces the first shot. And Herriman will call a timeout right here. This timeout happens roughly 6 minutes into the or 6 minutes left in this third quarter. And the Knights will still lead the Mustangs 14-23. It's only been roughly 2 minutes into this quarter, but both of these teams are definitely being more cautious about their moves, and they're definitely really thinking about these shots that they're making, and there's a lot more communication happening. Not that they're afraid to score per se, but they're definitely being a little more cautious. Lone Peak definitely does not want to lose the lead this late into the game. And if they can keep at this pace coming out of the third quarter, then the victory will surely be theirs. Herriman will come back out of this timeout for another free throw. That was interrupted by their timeout. And she sinks that second free throw, putting them up at 15. Lone Peak gets the ball back to Easton, driving down the sideline. She is really moving. Puts it out to Kono, but is stolen away by Shelby. Back to Ava, number 20, for the layup, and she gets it. Brilliant execution on Herriman's part. Oh. It appears one of the chairs from the bleachers has slid out into the game and almost wiped out some of those players. That was a close one. They're going to have to reset the clock, and Lone Peak will again start this drive. Strom for Lone Peak is starting this drive over to Holdcraft. Really watching where they're moving, and she will have a carry violation. Herriman will get the ball right back. It's currently 17-23 for Lone Peak. Shelby and Ava will bring this ball in. Shelby pushing to that three-point line. Back to Haley, 53, for a shot. Bounces out. Picked up by Easton. Back to Strom. Letting the defense spread out here. Not immediately going for the kill. To Holdcraft, 21. And there will be an out-of-bounds violation on Holdcraft. At 5 minutes and 2 seconds left in this third quarter. They will start with an inbound from Holdcraft. Back to Strom. To Easton. Back to Holdcraft, back to Easton, to Strom, number 3. It is tipped out by Shelby, but they managed to pick it back up and keep it in Lone Peak's possession. It is tipped out of bounds on a bad pass, and I believe Holdcraft will again give us the inbound for this possession. Back to Strom. Shot clock winding down here. Holdcraft with the ball, and she tosses it over for the shot. The shot clock went off. Holdcraft did not get the shot, but they got the rebound, which means that Herriman will get it back because it was after the shot clock. Shelby moving the ball down court. Definitely under heavy pressure right now. She backs it out to Strom, trying to get in the paint. Shelby for a three, and she sinks it. This will get the Mustangs that much closer to the Knights, putting them 20-23 with roughly 4 minutes left in this third quarter. Sorry, technical difficulties there, but Lone Peak will win the shot, and there is an apparent foul on number 31 of Lone Peak, and she will take these shots. That is Izzy Simons at the line. Just bounces that shot out, picked up by Haley, moved out to Ava for Herriman. Trying to push the ball pretty quickly here. Back to Strom, number 5. Back to Ava. They're looking. Haley's in the paint for a layup, and she will get it. Clean 2 points for the Mustangs. Strom driving it down to Easton, to Eggett, back to Holdcraft, to Eggett, to Easton, back to Simons, and then back to Strom. Making the rounds here, and there is a foul. Believe that will be on number 3 for Lone Peak. They'll have Holdcraft, number 21, give us that inbound. Back to Holdcraft herself, and she slips with the shot, going for a layup, and that rolls out of bounds. Holdcraft will again inbound the ball to Holmes, number 4. Back to Holdcraft, to Eggett, to Strom. Back to Strom. They're trying to keep this ball moving. Holmes for the shot, airballs it. Recovered by Herriman, but there is a foul in the midst of their recovery. This tag team here of Shelby and Ava, numbers 30 and 20, will bring it back down for Herriman. Strom directing traffic, looking for an open. She just goes right for the gutter, but does not make that three. Holdcraft will drive it down the sidelines, back to Simons for the score. No, there will be a foul on that play, and so they will instead take these foul shots. Simons misses the first one just out of the rim. Going back for number 2. And she does not put either of them in this time. Strom throws it down the sidelines to Ava, goes for the layup, and gets it. Excellent read by Herriman. They're able to slip past that defense. Over to number 4, Holmes, to Eggett, to back to Holmes. She almost loses it over the half court, but there is an out of bounds violation on a bad pass. Tried to pick up by Strom, but was unsuccessful. Herriman tag team here will bring it back. They go right for the shot, and number 33 will make it. That will be Stella for Herriman. And the Mustangs will take the lead over the Knights 26-25 with roughly 1 minute left in this third quarter. We have a controversial foul called right here. It appears that Easton was shoved to the ground by what looks like number 5 from Herriman. The Herriman coach is obviously not very happy about it. And they will start Strom inbounding out to Haley, back into Shelby for the score, but there will be a foul right inside the paint. There is about 1 minute, 3 seconds left in this game. Number 30, Shelby, will be giving these shots here. She sinks the first one. Shelby coming back for the second shot, and she drains both of them, putting the Mustangs up 28-25. 1 minute left in the third quarter. They're moving the ball very quickly here, but it is stolen away by 53, Haley of Herriman. Moving to Ava for the deep three, bounces out. Back to 21, but there is probably a push or shove foul. Yes, on number 21 of Lone Peak. Mustangs will start with the ball. Goes right in for the shot for Haley, number 22 of Herriman. That will put the Mustangs up 30-25 with 45 seconds. Strom with the ball now, back to Easton, directing traffic. They're looking for an open man. Back to Eggett, back to Holdcraft, back to Simons to Holdcraft. They're going right in for the paint, but there is a blocking foul on Herriman. Looks like 22. That would be Haley for Herriman. Lone Peak will get these couple foul shots right here. Drains the first one. I believe that is Holdcraft, number 21, at the line. Going for the second shot, and she sinks it. Lone Peak is making it difficult for Herriman to get ahead here, 30-27. Herriman driving it down with number 30. Trying to keep the ball moving before this end of the quarter. Strom looking for an open. Back to Shelby. Almost fakes the shot, but there is a foul. Herriman is fouled, and I believe Lone Peak will pick up the possession here. Holdcraft for the inbound. Strom. Easton picks it up. I don't believe Simon's shot will count because there was a shot clock. That will end this third quarter. Moving into the fourth, Herriman has the lead by a narrow margin, 30-27. This game is definitely down to the wire now. Both these teams are looking to bag a win. Both teams would rack up 5 fouls for this last quarter. And Lone Peak is definitely still playing the aggressive defense. There were a couple controversial calls that these refs made. Obviously, some of the fans were not very happy. But this fourth quarter is going to be very energetic. Both of these teams are just lit up, ready to go. It would definitely mean a lot for Lone Peak to get their second win of the night after winning their sophomore game earlier this evening. Both teams are ready to go here. Number 30 for Herriman, Shelby, will start with the ball, handing it off to Strom. Strom directing traffic here. She's trying to get that open man. They're looking for a good way to get a shot. Is almost knocked out by Farrell, but there is a foul on the play. Shelby will get it right back for another inbound, and Herriman will get another chance to score here. Back to Strom, trying to move it out, and that will be Kenny for the shot, number 21. Right off the bat here on Lone Peak's possession, there will be a foul, and Herriman will again pick up the ball with Shelby for the inbound. Passes it to Haley, number 22, to the other Haley, number 53. Some little back and forth between them, but Kenny makes it. Ooh, she almost gets the shot there. Lone Peak starting with the ball. Holdcraft is trying to drive it down. It is blocked, but an out-of-bounds violation will nullify that, and Lone Peak will keep the ball with Holdcraft for the inbound pass. There's also an issue with the clock. Apparently the clock was mishandled during this last play. Hopefully they'll get that rectified. Long pass to Holdcraft. Back to Simons, back to Holdcraft, moving in for the paint, but there is a foul before she can get the shot off. Holdcraft again gets the inbound to Strom for a deep three. Margins are razor thin now. It is 32-30, Herriman with the lead. Shelby bringing it down over to Haley, out wide. To the other Haley, outside the paint for another two. 34-30, with just About 6.5 minutes left in this ball game. Easton directing traffic. Back out to 33. Back to Holdcraft. To Strom. Looking for an open route. Looking for a good way to pass. Back to Holdcraft. Trying to move into the paint. But there is a foul. Our Herriman dynamic duo will bring it down. Shelby number 30 and Haley number 22. Haley 53, back to sorry about that. Strom out of bounds on a bad pass. Holdcraft will get the inbound to Strom. Just under 6 minutes left. Back to Easton. Going out wide, looking for an open. To Ave. Back to Simons. Back to Strom. To Ave. Shot clock running down pretty quickly here. Strom needs to get it off. It is knocked out of number 3's hands, and the buzzer for the shot clock goes off. It will be Herriman's possession. But before anything, there will be a timeout. Currently, the Mustangs are leading the Knights 34-30 with 5 minutes, 27 seconds left in this ball game. I have a feeling that it's going to come very close in the end of this game. They're trying to keep it right down to the wire, keeping the score as close as they can. Both of them have racked up 6 fouls. Not sure if that's this quarter. I believe it is. It just goes to show how aggressive both these teams really are and how much they want this win. But that aggressiveness is also part of getting this big win for Lone Peak or possibly Herriman. We have Shelby, number 30, and number 5 for Herriman. Bringing down the ball. She's going right for the throat in the paint. Misses that layup, but Haley brings it back for the 2. 36-30. Strom will bring it back. Going to Easton, 22. To Ave. To Simons. They're keeping it out wide. Looking for a good opportunity. Strom is out wide. Back to Simons, to Ave. Back to Holdcraft, to Easton. Gets the shot off, but does not make it even in the buzzer. Just bounces right off the rim. Number 30 for Herriman will bring it down with number 20, Ava, for the assist on this one. Ava bringing it down, passes half court, over to number 5, back to Haley in the paint for the 2. Really good read on that play. Definitely open on their offense. Strom bringing it back over to Farrell. To Ave for the shot, but bounces off the backboard. Caught by Ava, and she'll bring it right back home for Herriman. Over to Shelby. Kind of directing traffic here, looking for good routes. They're in the paint. Ava will come out with the 2. Kind of bobbles a little bit in the net. Farrell will bring it down, but they will call a timeout before she can get down to score. Currently, fourth quarter, there are 3 minutes, 45 seconds left in this ball game, and Herriman will lead the Lone Peak Knights 40-30. This has been Carter with Game On Live Studios. We will be right back. We're going to start here with 3 minutes, 45 seconds left in this fourth quarter. Strom bringing it in. Over to Farrell, back to Holdcraft, to Farrell, almost drops it. Back to Strom, looking for a good route. Holdcraft in possession, over to Ave. Gets it to Kono, but there is a foul in the wake of Herriman trying to steal the ball. Lone Peak will get some foul shots here after that previous play. They will bounce out that only one. Haley and Ava will bring it down. Ava looking strong. She goes right in for the layup. Marches through their defense right into the paint. Farrell will bring it in for a three, and she sinks it. Shelby right past half court. Lone Peak putting the pressure on, and there is another timeout that is called. We have just 2 minutes and 48 seconds left in this ball game. Herriman has definitely made a strong showing in the second half. They are leading the Lone Peak Knights 42-33. It is definitely a very serious, much more engaged tone on this sideline here. Both of these teams are getting ready to hunker down, pull out some big plays. Herriman will try to take the win here and get just far ahead enough. And Lone Peak will try to bring out that explosive offensive play, and they will try to get ahead and ultimately win this game. Nine-point deficit between these two teams right now. Herriman, number 20, Ava, will start with this ball out to Shelby. Hanging out wide. They're going in for the drive. She goes right for the paint, but she is stopped by these Lone Peak defenders. There is a foul on Lone Peak, and number 30, Shelby, for Herriman, will take these foul shots. I believe the foul was on number 4 for Lone Peak. That would be Sydney Holmes. Shelby going for this shot here. And drains it. Waiting on the second shot here, but this will put the Mustangs up by 10, 43 to 33. And Shelby will make both of her free throws today. Holmes bringing it down over to Holdcraft, directing traffic back to Holmes, trying to get a good route to Easton, back to Holdcraft. Definitely moving the ball around a lot. Holmes in possession, back to Easton. Back to Holmes. And there is a shove foul. Maybe not. No, the foul is on Lone Peak. Ava, number 20, will start the ball for Herriman. Back to Shelby. Finding some really immense pressure defense from this Lone Peak team. And 30, Shelby for Herriman will come back with a deep 3 from the corner. Holdcraft brings it down for Lone Peak. Over to Holmes, but it slips out of her hands and will return back to Herriman. With just under 1 minute, 48 seconds, Herriman will lead Lone Peak 47 to 33. Oh, on a bad pass, Holmes will pick it up from Ava. Kono for the shot, just bounces off the rim. Holmes with the ball, and there will be a travel violation. 1 minute 35 to go. Herriman getting a whole team sub here in these last few minutes, with number 2, Allie, starting the ball. Trying to get it. Very, very big travel from number 2. The whole Lone Peak sideline jumped up in disgust or in surprise. Holdcraft will get the inbound for Lone Peak. Over to Simons, back to Holdcraft, and there is a foul. And then I believe number 2, Allie, will draw a foul on Holdcraft, so she'll get these free throws here. Drains the first one, putting the Knights up to 34. Second shot here. And it will bounce off the rim, out of bounds, but Herriman will keep the possession anyway. Allie starting with the ball, over to number 5, trying to bring it past half court, making a strong drive here. It is knocked out by it was knocked out by 5, what appeared to be number 4 from Lone Peak. But they are not sure. I think number 4 did draw the foul, so number 5 for Herriman will take these shots. It is still 47-34 with 1 minute, 16 seconds left in this ball game. She will drain that foul shot, putting them up by 48-34. There's a 14-point deficit for the Herriman Mustangs. Still 1:16 to go. Number 5 coming up with his last shot, and she will make the second one. Holmes bringing it down. Lone Peak looking to make a move here. They're moving very quickly. Over to Holdcraft. Trying to push in the paint. She gets the ball back. Over to Simons. Back to Easton, back to Holdcraft for the layup. Does not make it. There'll be a scramble for possession. And there will be a travel in the wake of them trying to pick the ball back up. Herriman will start the ball with number 5, and it is immediately hit out of bounds. There's 45 seconds left in this ball game, and Herriman currently will have a 15-point lead over the Knights. Number 5 starting off for Herriman. And Herriman will immediately call a timeout on this first possession. Both teams here in this final quarter have drawn some pretty big fouls. And I believe that Herriman has definitely upped its scoring game in the second half. They've really opened up and become more aggressive on their offense. With a 15-point lead over Lone Peak, the Knights are going to have to pull out some pretty big plays in order to catch up before the end of regulation. Number 5 for Herriman will start with the ball. Back to Brookley, back to number 5. They are going to drive it down pretty aggressively. Trying to make some important moves here. Brookley back to number 5 for the 3, and she sinks it. That will put the Mustangs at 52 points. With just under 20 seconds to go. And Holmes will get an out of bounds on a bad pass to Holdcraft. 16 seconds to go. Herriman will again start with the ball. Brookley will take it back to number 5, bringing it almost across half court. Number 10 for the shot, bounces the rim. And that is the end of this ball game, ladies and gentlemen. The Herriman Mustangs will take the victory, 52-34 over the Lone Peak Knights. This has been an excellent ball game. And there was some real fight from both of these teams. Lone Peak definitely had a tight and an iron grip on the first half, but that defense started to come apart in the second half, and ultimately that led the Herriman team to bring out their scoring offense and bring out that big lead over these Knights. Fantastic game. Next up, we will be having our varsity women's game. Again, Lone Peak versus Herriman. And I believe that will be our last of the night. And currently, each team has one win, with Lone Peak taking the first and Herriman taking the second. This has been Carter Stanley with Game On Live Studios, and we will be back for your coverage on this varsity basketball game. Thanks for tuning in.
Oh, I only did one of these ones because it's you can. Testing. Oh yeah, it's on. ready?
I'm ready.
Are we on? Wait, can you try that again?
I'm ready.
Can you hear that? Try again. So I just have to.
Are we ready? It's okay. I'll just watch it. Is it ready now?
We could just honestly just talk in this. You just want us to talk in this?
Yeah, I just lost my stop picking this.
Okay, we're just gonna talk in this. Okay, so get close. We'll hold it up. Hello and welcome inside the Mustangs Stadium for a late matchup against the defending state champs, the Lone Peak Knights, versus your Herriman Mustangs. We'll get right to starters. For Lone Peak, 5'6" junior guard, Shawnee Nordstrom, a 5'5" senior point guard, McKaylee Ika, a 5'11" senior guard, Kaylee Woolston, a 5'9" junior guard, Naya Tanuvasa, and then a 6'3" junior forward, Sarah Bartholomew. For your Herriman Mustangs, we have Hallie Burbage, a senior guard, Mariah Mons, a senior forward, Brinley Murdoch, a senior guard, Kenley Enger, and then a senior forward, Morgan Groning. Lone Peak are the defending state champs, but something that's going to be interesting to look out for is the implementation of the shot clock. Is that something that they've kind of used to their advantage over the past couple of years?
Yeah, I'm interested to see how the shot clock works. I hope that it means that Lone Peak's going to play a little more up-tempo. I remember in the state games, they would hold the ball for 30 seconds, a minute at a time, so this should be fun, and I think that Lone Peak really has the team and the guards to do this.
And for your keys to the game, what are some things Herriman has to do to keep this game close?
Not foul. These guys are amazing foul shooters. They don't turn the ball over. This is going to be a hard game for the Mustangs.
Tip is up, and in control for the Mustangs, that's Hallie Burbage. Enger up top. Finds the cutting Murdoch, dribbles, gets blocked. Woolston goes the other way for Lone Peak. Ika up top. Hands off to Tanavasa, Kaylee Woolston in corner. Double team gets sent. Bartholomew backs down Groning and gets the layup to go.
That's going to be a tough matchup all day long for the Mustangs. They just have no height, and she's 6'3".
Quickly the other way, Mustangs go, but Mariah gets the ball tipped as she goes up for the layup.
That's 2 blocks already.
Tanuvasa, now Ika on the left wing. Over the top, Kaylee Woolston drives left lane, floats it up, in and out, but an offensive rebound for Lone Peak.
They're lucky. You can tell the Mustangs were not hustling to that ball. They're going to need to get every loose ball.
1 minute into the game, score 0-0 as Mustangs retain possession. Oh, so 2-0 as Mustangs have possession. Kenley up top, guarded by Woolston. Burbage dribbles over the top, spins to her left hand and misses the layup with Woolston with the rebound.
Yeah, that was good defense. I'm telling you, this team has 4 dynamic players that just don't make mistakes.
Bartholomew in the post, backs down Groning again, shoots over her and gets the layup to go.
They're going to have to start double teaming that down there. She's 6'3" against a 5'10". I mean, she's improved a lot since we've seen her last time.
Kenley takes on Ika, stalks, picks up her dribble, finds the cutting Mons for the floater, hits back rim and into the hands of Lone Peak.
Yeah, you can tell Lone Peak, every one of them crashes the glass.
Lone Peak the other way, Woolston in the corner, swish!
Probably time for a timeout here. This is a quick run for Lone Peak 7-0. They just look phenomenal.
Mustangs will continue to play as Enger's on the wing, picks up her dribble, finds a cutting Burbage, and gets the first 2 points on the board.
It's a good thing. It'll be interesting to see how Lone Peak plays against Herriman, especially with the fact that Herriman likes to shoot the three-pointer. They make 10 a game, so I bet you they limit the amount of threes they make.
So far in the game, Herriman has yet to shoot a three as Kaylee Woolston gets the floater to go, and Lone Peak now leads 9-2, 2.5 minutes into the game.
Well, it's safe to say that they're not going to ever stall this year. Like I said, they are just really, really good and well coached.
Burbage spins in the middle. She's going to get called for an offensive foul. That'll be her first. Looked like a little body there.
Ika's a bulldog. That's the one player you would love to have on your team because she does all of the dirty stuff. I think as a fan or a player, you don't really notice all the things that she does, but if you remember in the state games, she made the winning shots both times, semifinals and finals.
Yeah, she hit the almost buzzer layup against Herriman, and then in that state championship game, basically hit a buzzer beater to win the state championship. There, Lone Peak turns it over, but the backdoor cut was open, just a little overthrown to Woolston on the layup.
It'll be interesting. I'm going to try and keep track how many three-pointers we shoot. I do not think Herriman's going to be able to shoot very many three-pointers, and that's most of their game.
So far, Lone Peak's defense has looked sound, and they have been very disciplined without having a foul. And right as I say that, Naya Tanuvasa picks up her first.
They're a well-coached team now. You can just tell how they move their feet, how they are talking to each other. They're right in the right positions all the time. This is going to be a tough game.
Murdoch corner drives baseline, finds Groning, loses the ball, picked up by Ika, and Low Peaks going the other way.
Yeah, 3 people behind or around there when that ball went in there.
Enger pulls in the board, quickly gets taken by Lone Peak. Bartholomew goes up for the layup, misses, and Enger pulls it in. But a late shooting foul is called.
I heard that foul. I heard the whistle. I heard the foul. I heard her get slapped, but I was surprised it took her like 3 seconds to call that.
And I think that's an issue we see at every level with refs is when the foul happens, we want the foul to be called. We don't want to see if the ball goes in to see if they call the foul. We want the foul to be called when there's a foul.
Yeah, just call it, please. Bartholomew is coming out strong. I think she's got most of the points, and the other one is Kaylee. I think those two have all their points right now.
Second free throw rattles.
When you have a 6'3" player that can make their free throws, there's not a weakness on this Lone Peak team.
Mustangs the other way. Burbage on the wing, drives baseline, stops. Tries to shoot over Nordstrom and hits back rim, and Lone Peak pushes. Ika finds the cutting Bartholomew, and she gets blocked. But will get possession back as Herriman was out of bounds.
Did you see how she ran the floor? That's their center running the floor. That was a great play.
And it'll be interesting to see the subbing rotation and patterns with Lone Peak as they do have 5 great starting players. But right here, Herriman calls a timeout, down 11-2 in the first 3.5 minutes of the game. This is Game On Live Sports, and we will be back after this timeout. Herriman trails the defending state champs Lone Peak 11-2. Mike, what would you like to see Herriman do to kind of get in rhythm on the offensive end?
Well, man, I'm telling you, Bartholomew is going to have a big game. She's already got 9 points. This is amazing to see what she's been able to do and how much she's been able to improve.
Lone Peak sends the trap at half court. Kenley breaks it by finding Ulibarri. Kicks it to Murdoch with a 15-foot jumper. Mustangs now trail by 9 and fall back into a 2-3 zone. Lone Peak working the ball on the perimeter. Ika up top. Woolston pump fakes, finds Nordstrom in the corner, and she hits the triple.
There's just not a weakness on the team, and I think one of the things I like what Nancy's done as the coach here, I mean, she only has 10 players suit varsity. I love that approach because she's just going to stick with the people that got her here, and the bench is going to be thin, so it's going to be tough for anyone to meet them.
On the other end, great drive by Kenley. The defense would not get in front of her, so she kept going the whole way and was able to draw the foul and then finds her way at the free throw line. Mike, interesting to know, as Lone Peak was the state champs a season ago, their last loss hasn't been for over going into its second season now, and that came against Herriman in the semifinals 2 seasons ago.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing run, and the fun thing with Lone Peak is they still have a young team. They're only going to lose 3 players, and they've got a lot of players that are going to be coming back. And again, here's Nordstrom. Wow, and look at that, hustles for the rebound, not a box out.
This will be the 3rd opportunity, and Herriman luckily gets away with that, as, like I said, Lone Peak with 3 opportunities and 3 great looks. Herriman pushes the other way. Kenley was looking for Mons on the back door. Little overthrown. Don't know if she stopped running to the basket, but some miscommunication on the cut.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they deal with the press. With 4 guards that are just unbelievable, they're going to break it with these and probably get layups, to be honest with you.
An area where Herriman has struggled is the press and not fouling. We saw in the first game against Fremont, they pressed, but what led to that was fouls and multiple girls in foul trouble and them not being able to stay on the court.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's the Herriman Mustangs have the jitters right now, and this constant pressure and solid defense is really causing some problems.
I think that's a difference to look for, too, is the composure that Lone Peak plays with. They are the defending state champs. They have almost everyone returning and lost only 1 key contributor, so they look like the more composed team in games like this.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and look at that. I mean, that's a nice little floater by Ika. That's what won him 2 games last year. It's going to be tough for them to control what Lone Peak can deliver game in and game out.
Lone Peak leads 18-5, 2 minutes left in the first quarter. Pounding defense as Enger picked up her dribble, finds Yuleberry up top.
That's the first 3-point shot. You can see that's where they're going to score a lot of their points. So if that can be limited, they're going to have a tough time, but great shot.
Ika finds Woolston at the high post. No defender. She drives and gets the floater to go.
That was a good shot, but she missed 32, who was wide open underneath, but good shot by Woolston.
Burbage on the wing. Jabs, Yuleberry up top. She drives the right lane, picks up her dribble. Nowhere to go. Enger crosses up. Ika attacks the basket, spins and gets blocked. Lone Peak pushes the other way. Ika, nice pass ahead to Nordstrom. She gets the layup, and they're on a rhythm right now, 22-8.
There's a good chance you're going to see 100 points.
I wish we had stats for this game to say what shooting percentage they are right now, but a lot of their shots are coming right around the rim, and they are all high percentage looks.
Yeah, you can see, watch Lone Peak. They don't foul, and they just play solid, good position defense. I mean, this is a well-coached team that does not make a lot of mistakes.
2-for-1 opportunity here. Nordstrom goes, gets fouled, and she will go to the line for 2 shots. Brindley Murdoch picks up her first foul. Nordstrom last game against Layton had 15 points, 3 rebounds, and also 6 assists. So this is a team that is very unselfish with the ball.
Yeah, they've got 5 players that are, like 3 are averaging double figures, 2 are almost at double figures. So this starting 5, I mean, they are very potent, and it'll be fun to watch how they play with each other the rest of the year.
Nordstrom knocks in her free throws, and Kaylee Woolston's sister, checks into the game for the first time.
I'm wondering if she shoots free throws as good as her sister.
Herriman slowly walks up the court. Murdoch up top. Yuleberry. 30 seconds. 18 left on the shot clock. Ika gets a steal, pushes the other way, and gets the layup. Lot of transition looks and a lot of looks around the rim. Lone Peak up 26-8 in the first quarter, just 18 seconds left. Forces Coach Kent Smith to call a timeout, and we will be back after the timeout. This is Game On Live Sports.
Is it working now? Yeah, it's working. Okay. Yep, here we go.
Lone Peak has found themselves in a rhythm, and in this first quarter lead the Mustang 26-8 with just 18 seconds to go. Mike, what have you seen from Lone Peak that has allowed them to get this 18-point lead?
You know, they work the ball around. They don't make mistakes. They play great defense. I mean, they're just not rattled. I mean, they're confident in what they do. I mean, they are a fun team to watch, and you can just tell they're coached extremely well.
Herriman looking for the last possession here in the quarter. Murdoch up top, dribbles left, hands off to Mons, and Lone Peak looks to jump that handoff, and that's going to be a steal that they could get, but instead Ika gets charged with the foul.
The one thing it'll be interesting if I honestly don't think Lone Peak will lose a game all year, but it'll be interesting if they play a game where they get some of their girls in foul trouble.
Ball was inbounded to Mons in the backcourt. It looked like the clock didn't start for a couple of seconds. Should be down to almost, I believe, like 2, but they're going to re-inbound the ball. Yuleberry, 3 seconds left, dribbles, hands off to Mons, who gets blocked. Lone Peak takes an 18-point lead into the end of the quarter. And the Mustangs will go back and regroup to find out how to stop these hot shooting Knights. And we will be back at the beginning of the second quarter. Lone Peak leads the Mustangs 26-8 in a quarter where they found themselves wide open around the rim several times and in transition as well.
Yeah, it could be more. It could be 32, 34. The thing that's hard is you look at the Mustangs offense and they really have not gotten any good shots. I mean, the defense is just suffocating.
And this is a team that shoots a lot of threes as Burbage here gets a steal, attacks right, She'll get up the layup to fall. Double digits now for Herriman.
Yeah, you won't see that mistake very often from Woolston. That was a great steal.
Bartholomew on the paint, throws back out to Nordstrom, who misses the three, but an offensive rebound by the Knights, and it'll be Herriman ball going the other way.
They're going to have to claw back slowly to try and get back into this game.
Mons on the left wing, pulls up just inside the three-point line, rattles in and out. Woolston pulls in another board. Up to Ika, skips it over to Woolston, attacks over the paint, throws back out to her sister. She lets it fly from deep and drains it.
Yeah, you can see why she's going to be going to BYU. I mean, that's a pretty shot from long range, and it's effortless for her.
Woolston just 2 of 12 from three-point land on the season, but already 2 threes here early in the game. Morgan in the corner finds a cutting Ulibarri, attacks Ika, and will get a foul called. I believe that's going to be Ika's second foul.
Yeah, she might be the one girl that can find herself getting in foul trouble because she gets in and gets dirty. She doesn't mind getting, trying to get steals and make stops, take charges.
Going back to Ika, she had quite herself the run in the state tournament last season. Hit the buzzer beater against Herriman, hit the buzzer beater against Fremont in the state championship game. Just a tremendous overall player.
It's nice to see a player that oftentimes is overlooked because she might not score the most points, but I think she really provides the most impact for this team. She sets the tone for sure.
Woolston on the wing, back up top to Nordstrom, working it around the perimeter. She attacks the top, finds Bartholomew in the paint. What a pass by Nordstrom. Lone Peak leads 31-12 as the Mustangs have not found that rhythm on the offensive end. Murdoch pulls a three and misses.
Wow, what a pass. Just such a beautiful pass. Not a lot of guards can see that in the high school level. Love watching her play.
Another transition layup for Lone Peak. Mons will pull up from straightway. Not really in within the offense.
No, not in the offense. And look at them push it up. They're going to find a good shot again here, work it down low.
Bartholomew attacks Groning, shoots over her, and again.
We're going to find out what her career high is because I think she's going to have it for sure today, Miley. I think that's her 17th point. She might be at 15 or 17 already.
That's the case. She has half of Lone Peak's points. They're at 35, leading over the Mustangs, who have 12. 5:30 in this quarter.
Yeah, she might be outscoring the Mustangs on her own right now.
Mons attacks left lane, gets tipped, and will continue to be Mustangs ball. Checking in for Lone Peak, Katie Lawrenson. In for the Mustangs, Hallie Burbage. Mons with the ball. Attacks over the top to Groning. Burbage drives, tries to spin, almost loses it. And that'll be a shot clock violation. Great defense by Lone Peak, but we see what the shot clock causes now in high school when usually you'd be able to hold that ball for 30 seconds, a minute, but now you're forced to shoot it within those 30 seconds. Yeah,
forced to shoot it, and the Mustangs are not getting good looks at the basket right now. The defense is just too good.
Lone Peak came in with a game plan knowing that Herriman loves to shoot threes. And so far they've defended it pretty well. Herriman only with 1 3-pointer. Bartholomew again. Murdoch comes with the perfect double team and gets the jump ball.
It's about time they show that double team. I mean, Bartholomew's having a great game so far, so they might think twice before throwing it into her if they're going to use that double team against her.
Nordstrom in the corner, shoots off the back rim, but Bartholomew almost posing another offensive rebound, but gets called for the push in the back.
Yeah, that's a foul because she's tall. I don't know if I would have called that one. It didn't look like she was over the back. She just was very tall.
And that's some of the disadvantage for players with height is that she's listed at 6'3", and I think the tallest person on Herriman's probably 5'10". Herriman goes down, and again, another turnover.
Yeah, there's not a lot of good offensive looks coming. It looks like it's a lot of penetration and dish, and you know, a lot of times it's easy to defend something like that, especially if you have 5 elite basketball players, and that's what Lone Peak gives on the court every time, 5 elite players.
Tanuvasa attacks the paint, finds Lawrence for 3. She shoots it long, and no box out twice now. Third opportunity for Lone Peak.
Miley, there was
layup.
nobody underneath the basket on that. There was not one Herriman player that went for that. That was interesting. I think there's a couple things Herriman needs to work on, and one of those is boxing out and crashing the boards.
Burbage goes the other way, short arms the layup, saves it back into the hands of the Mustangs. Burbage releases for 3 and misses. Lone Peak quickly pushing the other way again. Lawrence finds Bartholomew. She's been doing a great job, Mike, here in the early quarters, running the length of the floor, and they've been able to find her for a couple layups.
Yeah, when you reward your big for running the floor like that, the big's going to run every single time. So it's fun to watch her run, and it's fun for the players to find her. So this is, again, I don't know how many times I'm going to say how well coached they are, but you can tell that Lone Peak's having a lot of fun playing tonight, Miley.
Lone Peak, coached by Nancy Warner in her 10th season. She won the state championship last year with Lone Peak after having a couple good teams there. Could never find a groove with it, but she's found a groove with this Lone Peak team, and then also 3 state championships with Springville. So when you say a well-coached team, they're extremely well coached by a 4-time state champion.
Yeah, she definitely knows what she's doing with these girls, and like I said, it's fun to watch every one of them play. They just have a lot of confidence.
Lone Peak lines up in their press while they're up 38-12. 3:43 remaining in the quarter. Enger with the ball in the backcourt. Passes it around. She attacks. Gets it over half court to Burbage. Burbage guarded by Ika. Attacks the right lane. Spins back around with their left. Off the backboard and into the hands of Lone Peak.
Ika did such a good job just using her body, and then look at her. The length of the court. Rebound and 2.
Okay, if no one's going to stop the ball, that's going to be a layup all day, and that's exactly what Ika did. Pushed the ball because no one guarded her. On the other end, Enger drives, misses the layup, and Tanuvasa is pushing the other way for the Knights. She stops, goes up and under for a layup, and Lone Peak, again, finding themselves in transition for a successful shot.
Yeah, they're trying to send a message to really the whole state of Utah that this team is not going to be beaten.
And I also think a message to Herriman. They had that close game in the semifinals last year. They returned this team, and I mean, they only won by 2, so now up 30 against the Mustangs. This is a nice message to them as well.
Well, and Herriman's ranked number 2 right now, so you can see that it's going to be tough for anyone to come and try and beat Lone Peak. I mean, it's just amazing what they're doing.
Lone Peak ranked 14th in the nation for a good reason, and we're seeing it displayed right now as they lead the Mustangs 44-12. Ronning up top, crosses to Enger. She attacks Ika, spins into the middle, shoots it over the arms, and it's going to be out of bounds. Lone Peak ball. In for the Knights, Sam Pope checks in, as well as Shelby Uliberry for the Mustangs. 2 minutes left in the second quarter. Ika dribbles up the ball for the Mustangs. Woolston on the wing. Lone Peak, look at that ball movement. No dribbles, and they're moving the ball.
It's a hot potato. Everyone's touched the ball on the offensive end. It just makes it a lot more fun when you're playing this way.
Woolston back to Tanuvasa. Out to Ika. Attacks the middle of the paint. 8 seconds left on the shot clock. Kaylee Rich shoots and drains it. And yes, that was a late shot in the shot clock as Ika gets a steal and a layup. But that ball movement Lone Peak has, that's going to allow them to get those open looks late within the shot clock. Enger finds Mons the other way on a back door, and she gets fouled and will go to the line for 2.
Yeah, did you just we didn't just comment, but Ika had a really good steal, on that inbounds play. Those are the things that she does. I mean, she's so smart when she's out on the floor. I just really love watching her play.
Mons drains both of her free throws. Mustangs still down by a plethora of points. And a play that almost was nothing turns into something as Lone Peak was able to find that ball on a jumbled pass, and Woolston cuts back door for the and 1.
Yeah, it's loose ball, as you can tell. I mean, Lone Peak is every ball that's out there, they seem to be the ones that want it. They'll be the ones that grab it. I mean, Herriman just looks really defeated out there right now.
Lone Peak definitely looks like the aggressors, and Kaylee Woolston with a
you will not see a missed free throw. Wow, that's amazing. I mean, it's amazing to see her miss a free throw. She does not miss.
Kaylee Woolston in her career coming into this game was 237 for 251, a 94% free throw shooter.
Yeah.
Of the state records for a season of free throw shooting, she holds 3 of the top 6 records, and probably her senior season will be up there.
I honestly
as well.
can't believe I saw her miss. That's the first time I've ever seen her miss a free throw. It's amazing.
Ulibarri goes to the line for 2 points. Drains the first one, as Lone Peak finds themselves with 8 fouls in this half.
And Miley, they've played super aggressive, and to only commit 8 fouls, it just shows they get into the passing lanes, they cut off, they jump screens. They're just so good.
They are very disciplined, and Nordstrom the other way kind of just throws one up, gathers her own jumbled air ball kind of thing, and goes out of bounds.
Yeah, that's probably the first play that I've seen where there was a little bit of selfishness. There was no passing on that one, but I guess if that happens once every half, that's not bad.
And I don't know if high school's to the point where they're playing for 2-for-1s, but it could have been a 2-for-1 opportunity with Nordstrom shooting that quick shot. On the other end, Shelby Ulibarri has the ball. Groning on the wing, attacks, picks her dribble up. Mons now being hounded. Attacks the paint, and Lone Peak fans are going to yell that that was a block, but it looked like they called it with the body.
Yeah, the one thing that I've noticed with high school refs, that if a team plays super aggressive and physical like Lone Peak does for the entire game, the referees will swallow their whistle a lot because they're not going to call fouls every time. So Lone Peak will get away with a lot of stuff because they're playing so aggressive, and then what will happen is the refs will just call the more egregious fouls and not the ticky-tack stuff.
And I think that does happen sometimes because the way that they come out, if you start aggressive and play the game aggressive, that's what's going to happen. But if you start timid and then play aggressive, there's a change, and then that's when they're going to start calling fouls. Lone Peak here with the final shot of the half. Woolston in the corner. Skips up top to Lawrence. She'll launch a 3 off the rim. Woolston with an offensive rebound, and a jump ball will be called. But here we see again Lone Peak crashing the boards, going for every rebound.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if we could do stats or see stats to see what the rebounding was. I would dare say that Lone Peak has more offensive rebounds than Herriman has total rebounds. I mean, that was just an amazing display. They're not going to be beat. I mean, I'm telling you right now, there's not a team that can keep up with this squad.
Lone Peak leads Herriman 50-18 at the end of the first half. Found themselves in a groove. We'll see what Herriman does coming back into the second half. Hello and welcome back inside the Mustang Gym. I'm not sure what they call this place. I know the football stadium's the Ranch. I don't know if they've titled this gym, but the Herriman Gym, we'll go with that. Lone Peak leads 50-18 over the Mustangs. And Mike, what did you see in that first half that allowed Lone Peak to get to this lead?
I have seen a team that is already performing at peak level. And there's no doubt in my mind that Lone Peak's going to be able to keep this performance up throughout the rest of the season. I mean, they are as impressive as a team as I have seen in the last 15 years that I've watched high school girls basketball. There isn't a team that I've seen that has as many, high IQ, physically gifted. I mean, they are an amazing team to watch.
And they're going to need to stay posed and need to compete at that high level as their next couple games. They're going out of town. They're going to be playing a team from Las Vegas and then Sierra Canyon out of California. But then going to the Mustang, and what do you think Herriman needs to improve upon or build on in the second half to shorten the gap?
Yeah, if you're a coach, you just go in and sit there and say, hey, we're just going to start at zeros, and you just kind of see what you can do each quarter to quarter. I mean, this game is that you're not going to come back from 32 points down against a team like this. You have to start executing. You have to start seeing what's going to work. I mean, really, Herriman hasn't really run any good offensive sets. They've only made 1 3-point shot. They averaged 10 on the season. I think they've only maybe shot 2. So it's just not been a game where Herriman's playing their type of basketball.
And when you talk about when a team's up by a lot of points, those are, quote, the games that you want to practice things in. But then on the reverse end, when you're down by this much, this is also a game now where you need to start practicing your sets. You need to start seeing what's working, who plays well with who. Like, just you're down, but you still need to find out ways that your team can improve.
Yeah, although you're down 32 points, I mean, you got to find a way to kind of, get the attitude back and just start playing hard, because at the end, when we saw the team walk to the sidelines, they just looked defeated. And already giving the ball to Bartholomew, she's had 13 points the first half. Her career high is 17, and there they go, getting every single rebound again. What a pass. Oh.
Herriman luckily gets away with that, and Tanuvasa gets a steal into the hands of Nordstrom. Finds Woolston over the top, and there she is again. Bartholomew now with their 15th point. They work the ball around and find the cutter.
Yep, 15 points.
We were told, shout out to Tyson, that her career high is 17, so she is approaching that career high number and likely will be able to get it in this game. Other way, Burbage drives in between multiple defenders, loses the ball.
I think the ref swallowed the whistle on that one. There was a travel there. She didn't want to call it.
Tanuvasa pulls up from 3 on the left wing and sinks it. That's Lone Peak's 4th 3 of the game. And another shot for her in transition, which is where she's excelled in this game. Mons attacks, picks up her dribble, finds Murdoch for a long jumper, in and out. Woolston with another board.
There's Bartholomew. Look at her. Oh. It's nice to see a big that doesn't mind working it in and out.
Lone Peak works the ball around for another 3, but this one missed by Woolston, and Herriman walks the ball the other way. Murdoch picks up her dribble and throws it out of bounds. Something that is interesting to watch on the Mustang end is who wants to come get the ball. Murdoch picks her dribble up there, and it looked like flies were running everywhere. No one wanted to come corral the ball or get the ball and help out their teammate.
Yeah, suffocating defense. And it's interesting that the person guarding Murdoch was Bartholomew. So not only is she an offensive threat, but moving her feet outside to make sure she gets a turnover. That was great defense on her part.
Lone Peak working the ball around the perimeter. Nordstrom. But this is Burbage with the steal. Couldn't contain the ball and get it under control. She gets called with the carry.
Yeah, the ref found her whistle on that one. It's interesting that she blew the call on the previous play.
Nordstrom up the court for the Knights. A double pick there by the Knights. Woolston stops, pops, and hits in the key. Enger for the Mustangs, right wing. goes between her legs, spins back around, finds Murdoch, misses the front end of the rim.
Look at Bartholomew run. She's the first one down the court. And she sets the pick.
No one stops Nordstrom, and she gets a layup and another 2 points in transition.
Bartholomew's not going to get credit for that points, but she clearly set a great pick and cleaned out the entire lane for her.
Lone Peak leads 59-18, 3 minutes into this half as Burbage lets a three fly from the left wing, and did that get tipped or air ball? I missed that.
It was blocked, but again, Ika running to get every ball. No one's going to stop it. I mean, I'm waiting for Bartholomew to get her career high tonight.
Tanubasa hands off to Ika, spins back into the paint. Nordstrom slows things down for the Knights. Again, over the top. And again, the Knights, every single player on the team has touched the ball in this possession. Bartholomew shoots over the rim. Murdoch pulls in the board and turns it over. Just kind of a careless pass there to Edgar, as I don't think she saw the ball was coming. Lone Peak, another offensive rebound, and here another opportunity to score. Great pass by Ika to find Woolston on the baseline for a nice J.
Yeah, it's all hustle. I mean, you can tell right now the Knights are just hustling after every board and every rebound and every steal and every loose ball. And, I mean, Herriman just looks defeated tonight.
Mustangs have been held scoreless in this quarter so far as Mons stops and airballs. Knights don't corral that rebound, and it's going to be Mustangs ball.
Yeah, you come out of the quarter and you're trying to sit there and, come out of the half. It's 0-0. And clearly you can see in the third quarter, 11 points to 0. It's just nonstop.
Mustangs inbound the ball. Ulibarri up top. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Finds Kenley in the corner. She drives baseline. Gets her body into it, but just short arms the layup. Great hustle to get her own offensive rebound. And Coach Smith will call the timeout to retain possession. Lone Peak again finding themselves in transition, working the ball around, which has allowed them to have an 11-0 quarter so far. We'll see what Herriman comes out with after this timeout. This is Game On Live Studio.
Another loose ball, Miley. Another loose ball picked up by Lone Peak.
Lone Peak gets a steal, misses the layups.
Another rebound.
Tanuvasa drives, kicks out to Nordstrom over the top. She gets called for a travel.
Yeah, you could have called a travel or a carry. There was something there.
Something to look for this quarter as well is that the foul count is 0-0. Over 4 minutes into this quarter, no fouls have been called. The refs are kind of letting him play. This is an aggressive game.
Well, it's aggressive on one side. Herriman doesn't really play that aggressive when you're down this many points. But Lone Peak does, and like I said earlier in the first half, when you play this aggressive, the refs have a hard time really deciding what to call a foul.
Lone Peak hasn't let up at all, despite them being up now 43. I'm trying to see the score. Enger over the top. Spins, back rim. Tanuvasa pulls in a board. Nordstrom.
Herriman still with 0 points this quarter.
Lone Peak, ball in the corner.
Travel.
Step through, misses the layup, but an offensive rebound and put back there by Kaylee Rich.
Yeah, that's another call that was missed. That was easy travel to call.
Mons into the front court for the Mustangs. Gets into the key, drives, and will be going to the free throw line for the Mustangs for the opportunity to score the Mustangs' first points of the quarter.
Yeah, being down 45 points, not a lot we can really say about what we can do to make Herriman improve upon their play.
Well, I do feel like there are things that teams can work on. Like, you don't get to play the #1 team in the state every single game. You don't get to play they're ranked 14 in the country right now. You don't get to play them every game. So you compare what this Herriman Mustang team is to what a nationally ranked team is. There's a lot of things that they can improve on, and they still have another quarter and a half to start building upon those things. Nordstrom in the paint, kicks out to Lawrence for 3. In and out, and again,
another rebound.
Lone Peak rebound.
Every loose ball Lone Peak gets.
Woolston up top. Now Kaylee Woolston dribbles over the top, floats it up, back rim, and Kennedy Brown pulls in the board. Lone Peak leads 63-19 as the Mustangs have only scored 1 point this quarter. Shawnee Nordstrom picking up the foul there.
Yeah, one thing that you can look at, Miley, is when the opposing team, when Herriman has 0 fouls, it really means the intensity that they're playing at is not very good. I mean, they're letting Lone Peak do whatever they want. You know, their heads are down. They just got some bad body language right now.
I remember watching the post game the Jazz and Blazers game. They asked Hardy about what he thought is the intensity level after they lost the game, and first thing he said is, you have a team that loses and they had less fouls, that shows a lack of aggression. And so right here, you come out in the second half, Herriman 0 fouls, Lone Peak 3. Herriman needs to pick up that aggression on the defensive end.
Yeah, if you go a whole quarter without fouling, that's not a good sign. And again, another turnover. Lone Peak running the court. They're going to find an open shooter, I'm sure. Bartholomew's wide open in the post.
Bartholomew picks up her dribble. Ika out for the Knights. She stops for 3. Long, and Herriman rebounds the ball, pushes the other way. Enger goes. Gets a little too deep, and Bartholomew just rips it out of her hands. Ika with the ball for the Knights. Fakes the handoffs, keeps it herself, and finds Lawrence in the corner.
That's a travel. Finds
Woolston, but like you said and like the ref called, travel. Got a little too happy with their feet there. Agel Street in for the Mustangs. They are down 19-63 against the #1 team in the state and defending state champs, the Lone Peak Knights. Agel comes in and gets an offensive rebound. Smallest girl on the court pulls in an offensive rebound for the Mustangs. Enger to Street. Street drives, kicks out to Burbage. She holds for a sec, airballs the 3, out of bounds.
Even though Herriman has only scored 1 point, I think this is the closest quarter. It's 13-1. So I guess that is the bright side of they've kept it closer this quarter.
Yep.
She's speechless.
It's just extremely hard playing against a team who, like we've talked about, top to bottom, they have great IQ players. They all play club. They've played together for a long time. The chemistry is there with this team. And so, like you said, they're going to be extremely hard to beat as Wilson pulls a long 3 and misses. Another offensive rebound. Last opportunity. Bartholomew will miss, looking for the foul there. Mustangs down 19-63 going into the fourth quarter. We got one more quarter of action, and we will be back. This is Game On Live Studio. Lone Peak lead the Mustangs 63-19 entering this fourth quarter, as Mustangs will start the quarter with the ball. And we will see what Herriman decides to put out on this fourth quarter, as they had 0 fouls and only 1 point in that third quarter. And immediately a turnover. And it's been interesting to see Lone Peak has not slowed down their pace. On steals, on rebounds, they've been pushing and looking to score. Nordstrom, great pass to Bartholomew, hits a nice baseline jam.
That's her career high. I mean, she's matched, I think that's .17 right there. And that's a great example of an unselfish team that drives to the basket. Shaughnessy could have shot that ball, but dished it off to a teammate and got an easy 2.
Kenley drives into the body of Bartholomew, and she'll draw the foul to go to the line for 2 shots.
I know that in football they have a mercy rule, but I don't think that they have that in a basketball game, do they, Miley?
I don't think that there's a mercy rule in football per se for high school, but I think if you're up by, I think it's like 28 points by halftime, then they do have a running clock in the second half. But I don't think there's anything similar to that in basketball. Nordstrom drills the ball up for the Knights. Ika in the corner, as the Mustangs are in their 2-3 zone. Skips it over to Woolston, who drains the 3.
There's not a lot of girls in high school that are going to be able to make that pass. That was a rope, and you can tell that those two have been teammates for an awfully long time. What a beautiful pass to find her teammate right there.
Enger drives off the backboard. Ika pushing quickly for the Knights. Another great pass. And Nordstrom finds Woolston, who misses the layup. She could have taken the layup herself, but instead missed layup and going the other way. Burbage for the Mustangs. Street drives, floats it up, short arms it. Knights pull in the board.
We're 10 minutes without a foul here, so you can just tell they just get whatever shot they want. And there we go. It's wide open. Everything's just open for them. What a pass.
And 2
Another
offensive rebounds
Look
by
at him,
Woolston.
so unselfish.
Ika for 3 now, miss, and
Another
a third offensive rebound.
Wow.
And finally a jump ball is called, but rebounding takes an effort of all 5 players. If you have 4 boxing out 5, that 5th player that's not being boxed out is going to get the rebound. And I don't think that people love the dirty work of rebounding, but it is very evident that this has been an issue this whole game, that not all 5 players are boxing out, and it's allowing Lone Peak 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th opportunities to score.
Yeah, we've watched Herriman play a lot of games. There's another good shot by Woolston. But Herriman usually will leak out players. Against Lone Peak, you can't leak out because they got 4 people crashing the glass.
Woolston's just shot 1 of 6 from 3 in their last game against Layton. I believe that was her 3rd or 4th 3. We don't have official live stats, and the scoreboard that usually displays points and fouls is not working today. But Woolston has found her rhythm back. In first 2 games didn't shoot particularly well. This game has found that deep ball, and Mons misses the first free throw. But we talk about teams that like to shoot threes. You mentioned Herriman makes 10 a game in their first 3 games. On the other end, Lone Peak hit 163 threes last season, which is 5th all-time in state. So these are 2 teams that like to shoot threes, but you look at the difference of success rate or the quality of threes that the teams have been able to get so far this game.
Yeah, Lone Peak moves the ball so quickly. Little turnover right there, but they move the ball so quickly. It's easy for them to find wide open shots at any point of the shot clock.
Murdoch swings it to Street, who hits the 3. Agel comes in just in this fourth quarter, the second half. She gets an offensive rebound. She hits the 3. She doesn't play too much, but when she does, she wants to utilize those minutes that she does get.
Yeah, she has no fear coming out there.
Woolston turns it over. Mons gets the steal. Throws it to Burbage, who stops and gets the layup. After the Burbage layup, Coach Nancy Warner calls her timeout, just the 30 seconds, so we'll keep it here. Mike, in that third quarter, we saw Herriman score, was it 1 point? Already this quarter, they've gotten a couple better looks. What do you see on that offensive end where they've been able to score a little bit more?
Yeah, it's when you're up by 40 points, you can tell that Lone Peak, I mean, as hard as they're working, they're just not. I mean, it's hard to play at the level that they play for the entire game, and they're giving Herriman some open looks. And you know what I like about what Nancy just did is, even though they're up by a lot of points, she's going to call a timeout and tell her girls that they got to keep on trying hard. Being up by 40, this is your time to shine. So keep on playing hard and don't give up easy looks.
And we talk about scoring. Lone Peak scored 50 points in that first half. It was a 24 and then a 26-point quarter. So they were up, or they had 50 points in now 11 or so minutes. They've only put up 21 points. So their tempo's kind of slowed down. Or I wouldn't even say so their tempo, but just their percentage of shots that they've been making. They've missed quite a few layups and shots around the rim. Missed shot there by Tanuvasa. Groning pulls in the rebound. Burbage now tries to hit the cutting Mons, but it's almost stolen. Ulibarri saves it. Mons in the corner, takes one dribble, pulls up, misses. Burbage tries. Her second attempt won't go, but Street called with the first foul of the quarter.
And you know what? It doesn't surprise me. Agel came in. She's done what she's needed to do, and she's working hard. So it's interesting. She's the first person to foul this half for the Herriman Mustang.
You look at where that foul came, though. That was on an attempt for an offensive rebound. That was not even on the defensive side of the ball. So, I mean, we've seen that quite frequently in these first 3 games, that Herriman does like to foul 80 feet away from the basket. So we'll see if that intensity happens on the other end of the court.
Yeah, and you can see now that the benches have emptied for both teams with 3 minutes left. So we'll see how these, their lineups come in and what they're able to do now with 3 minutes left.
Moore pulls in a rebound. Ulibarri up for the Mustangs. Street up top. Tries to hit Moore. Ulibarri in the paint. 15 seconds left on the shot clock. She drives. And turns it over as she's trying to find Kennedy Brown on the cut underneath the basket. Lone Peak pushes. Lawrence misses the layup. And Haley Hilton pulls in the rebound. Hilton up top for the Mustangs. Street now on the right wing. Stops. Finds Ulibarri at the free throw line, who misses the jumper. Lone Peak rebound by Lawrence. Woolston finds the cutter to Sam Pope for a layup. Another display of ball movement where that ball will look like a hot potato, everyone touching it. They get it to the high post and it finds the cutter going back door.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's their starters or their people coming off the bench. It looks like everyone on Lone Peak plays the same. Unselfish basketball.
Ulibarri, great pass to Moore, who misses the 3. Pulled in by Woolston. Up top to Lawrence. Eaton to Woolston. Lawrence left wide open, and she just hasn't been able to find the bottom of the net today. Has had some great looks, just hasn't been able to drop. But instead, they get another offensive rebound, work it around, and Woolston hits a 3.
Yeah, very unselfish team. Usually when the second stringers get in, the first person who gets it shoots it, but they swing it around and they're waiting for the wide open looks, and you can tell they're, again, Nancy's just done a great job coaching this team.
Agel with another three. Almost goes down, in and out. Just 37 seconds left in the game.
See, even a play right there, she could have easily shot that ball, but, you know, working it around, making sure everyone's going to touch the ball. Make sure they get the right shot.
Woolston on the left wing again, and already the ball reversed all the way around the perimeter again. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Lawrence just kind of throws it up there, hoping someone gets it. Ends up as a jump ball, and it'll be Herriman ball with now 10 seconds. I think 5 seconds just went off the clock.
That's okay. I think everyone's ready for this game to be over. It's, you know, Nancy did a great job. Lone Peak is going to be tough to watch. I think their next toughest opponent in state is going to be Springville. So that's going to be a fun one to watch here coming up in a couple weeks.
Lone Peak will, like I mentioned, go out of town. Their next game will be on December 9th against Centennial out of Las Vegas, and they'll also play Sierra Canyon out of California. For the Mustangs, their next game will be, there we go, versus Skyridge this Friday. So another home game, another opportunity for them to try and bounce back after their first loss of the season. Lone Peak wins tonight's matchup 76-27 against the Mustangs, showing why they are the #1 team in the state.
Yeah, it was you know, as much as you want to sit there and watch a close game, the closest this game was 0-0. Lone Peak is as good as advertised. I mean, they are going to be a tough team for anyone in the country to beat. I mean, you can see why they've got such a high national ranking, a high state ranking, and like I said before, in all the 15 years of watching high school girls basketball, I haven't seen a team that has, top to bottom, as many smart players and as gifted players as this team. So fun to watch and fun to call a game with you, Miley.
Fun to call a game with you as well, Dad. That is it for us tonight. I'm Miley Enger.
And I'm Mike.
Lone Peak wins 76-27. We'll be back on Friday for the Herriman Skyridge matchup.